Okay, there we go. Da-da-da. Almost there. How you doing, folks? Another Paint Along with Fritz. Winter Warmer Edition. Episode 21. 2-1. We're just going to run through to the end of this month. Working on our projects for the Winter Warmer. Painting challenge where we try and finish off old projects. Essentially. Bad timing for me. I've had to change my project over to my commission project. How sad is that? Because I gotta get it done. Yes, I do. So until I get that done, I really can't focus on my actual Winter Warmer project, which is Flames of War. But at least we'll get a start on that stuff. For sure. Anyway, today we're going to focus on some more basing. Got a bunch of these bases to do. Eight bases of these. Jaeger battalions. And I just got to spackle them. Really, so they look like this. I'm also going to put a wash on some of these other bases. Once that's done, we're going to work on flags. I've got about, how many did we say? 30? About 30 flags altogether, 2 per battalion, Russian line infantry. Going to work on that. How you doing, Squirrel? Glad to have you back once again. Glad to see you. Once again, how is everything, my friend? Everything all good? It's been a long time. 2 days, my gosh. What's going on here? 2 whole days. Things are getting out of control. How you doing, Iron Man? All we need now is Zadarok. Get the whole fam here. No end in sight to this brutal cold, says Iron Man. Ice everywhere, too. Oh, the ice is miserable. Yes, the heat bill. Everything you just said there, Iron Man. Spot on. Yeah, the heat bill is going to be pretty nasty this year. Non-stop. And yes, the ice. I've had a sheet of ice on my driveway for at least 3 days. And after we had a kind of a melt, you know, everything just froze. And there's no letting up. So I couldn't get supplies. I couldn't get anything. Fortunately, there was so much sunshine yesterday, the drive kind of melted. But the path going to my porch, to my house, is still a sheet of ice. So I can't get people coming in here and they break their neck or something. So what I did, I tried a bunch of different things. I don't have salt. So what I did is I got some fresh dirt from under the porch around the side of the house. I shoveled it up, about 3 big tubs of it, and I made a nice little path. Covered it with dirt. You know? And yeah, that solved the problem with the ice. So I finally got some of my supplies in today. Mostly for the cats and the dog. A little bit for me. Some creamer for my cafe. And that's about it. But the animals are all well fed. For at least a week. Litter box, all that nonsense. Things were getting desperate there. Holy smokes. I thought I was going to have to wait till the snow come down. Then it would, you know, kind of dampen the effect of the ice. We're supposed to get hit by a half a foot of snow tonight. Anyway, enough of me rambling on. I do it so elegantly. We lost our magic user last night. He rolled up an acrobat. We are weakened because of it. I bet you are. All is well here in the Hermitage. Zadarok is out and about, gathering up some foodstuffs Any of you guys getting any snow? Or did you get some snow? I don't think you probably did, Iron Man. We're supposed to get snow tonight. French onion, pot roast. This evening, homemade rye bread. Oh, man. Just put the word homemade in front of anything, and I'm in. No snow here in the Ohio Valley. Well, this is the Ohio Valley, actually, but yeah. The Ohio border, we'll call it. No snow, only the tears of freezing humans. Yes. It's terrible, this frickin' ice. Barely walk the dog out there. Can't get out my front porch. The roads are okay. It's just everywhere else. I got a big driveway. Fortunately, the sun melted it in the driveway yesterday. So that gave me some hope. Just spread some dirt around. I actually found some unfrozen dirt. Yeah, took care of business. Cooper was sick for a few days. A few days he had a limp going on. I don't know what that was. I guess he's got arthritis or something. But yeah, his whole right arm. He just limping, hopping around. That lasted a couple days, maybe 3 days. Now it's all gone. It's better now. And as soon as he got better, he got sick in the stomach, and he was like that for like a good portion of a half a day. I had to deal with that. A lot of trips outside through the ice rink. So I felt bad for him, but he's all better. I guess his diet was thrown off. He's very sensitive in the stomach, I find. Gotta watch what he eats. Might find a catsicle outside. That's too bad. Where does she go? Nah, in the barn or something? And get some straw for the winter. They can make their little beds in the straw. I don't know how the feral cats around here survive. I don't know how they do it. It's so brutally cold. But they manage to find shelter. Somehow. Of course, they are animals. Animals are frickin' rugged, man. I've been pecking away at the basement games room workshop. It's a wreck. I'll be getting rid of or giving away solid 80% of RPG books. Yeah, so everybody keep an eye on your mailbox. You might get something from the squirrel. I hear you, squirrel. I'm kind of doing the same thing. Although I'm slow to get things out the door. I guess when it warms up a little bit, I'm going to take care of all that stuff. Got a few things I want to send. Poor Nerdy Ogre. I've got books for him that he's been waiting for. He'll be bored of the what is this? Palladium Fantasy. He won't even want those books anymore. Squirrel Hermit. Our porch critters are doing well, thankfully. That's good. Barn has no heat either. My grandma had her cat freeze solid one night. I think about that when it's cold out. Yeah, I've seen it myself. If you get a bale of straw, Iron Man, just for the cats or whatever. Put it out in the barn there. They'll find it. Straw is perfect. Keep them from freezing to death. There's a mound of Hyperborea heading your way, Fritz. Really? Squirrel, you're too good to me. I couldn't ask for better. We'll see. No pressure on Squirrel. That's the rumor. We'll call that the rumor. All right. You know I'm open to anything, Squirrel. But yeah, we'll leave it at that. I like surprises. Remember that. Squirrel is good to me. Squirrel is a good man, folks. Keep that in mind. One of the good ones. We take care of each other here in the community. We do. There's a lot of that. And it's awesome. We're not alone in this little endeavor of ours called life. This hobby of ours called gaming. You know, I love community. There. Hyperborea. Pulp. Pulp fantasy. Something about it. The good old sword and sorcery pulp. Combine that with frickin' first edition AD&D. Oh man, are you kidding me? The barn isn't big enough if a feral cat shows up. They're territorial as all get around there. When it gets cold, though, give them something, man. It's like you're making excuses not to get that frickin' bale of straw. Come on. Come on, Iron Man. I grew up on a farm. I know this works. Trust me. We've had lots of cats. Oh, believe it or not, crumbled, not tightly crumpled. Newspaper is great for such. Newspaper, that's true. Keep in mind, not tightly crumpled. Great for such, keeping the critters warm. Oh, Iron Man has plenty of straw. Well, there you go. As long as they got something, it should put your mind at ease a little bit. How many cats do you got, Iron Man? Just the one? Four shelves full of game books. When finished, there will be only one shelf. Wow, you're making a big clean out for sure. Wow. Just stuff. You don't seem like you're too sentimental, Squirrel. Holding on to things just because you get attached to them. That's not sentimental at all. That's kind of like me. Although there's some things that I keep, but it's not because of sentimentality. It's because, you know, I might actually use them. That's my weakness. But otherwise, just get rid of them. I don't collect stuff. Screw this collecting stuff. When you're dead and gone, what's going to happen to it? It gets all thrown away in the garbage or something? I do care about what happens to this stuff. I want to kind of send it off to someone who can appreciate it, right? Because it's a cool thing. Comforts me while I'm still here. There's 4 shelves down to 1. I just have 1. Lost all the outside cats due to the feral fights. They abandoned the barn. Feral cats. 26 degrees here right now. $26. Not bad. It's down in the teens this morning. 14 or something. So yeah, it got cold. Can't you bring her in, Iron Man? It's just a no-go. You got the dog. Isn't there... She must have shelter somewhere. She wouldn't be surviving. She certainly ain't sitting under an old tree. Eight bases, that's it. She's an inside cat. Oh, okay. Oh. She goes out for extended times, though. Okay. My cats are indoors, but they never go outside. They disappear and never be seen again. So that's good. She'll be fine. Goes bonkers, huh? How you doing, Nerdy Ogre, by the way? Good to see you again, my friend. All the way from Texas. We got some feral cats here also, although we tend to let nature do its thing. We try to tip the balance on their favor. Sense. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. I can't see what I'm doing. I need my Optivisor. Would you consider yourself living in a rural area, Iron Man? Or is it more urban? Or suburb, I should say. Maybe it's a little suburb. Maybe a housing development. Rural. Yeah, this project is pretty big. I do take my time with it, though. I talked to the guy. I was hoping to get it done before the 14th because he had some games planned, but I was talking to him yesterday. And he's all good. He understands. I don't think I can do it, so I don't want to push myself and race through this, and then I make mistakes and I'm not happy, and so yeah, I talked to him. He's okay with a little bit of a delay because it's been delayed for a while anyway, so whatever. It's all good. But it's all paid up, so just got to get it done and shipped. It's a fun project, though. I love the Russians. It's my favorite Napoleonic army. I wish I knew more about it. Don't have time to sit around and research like I used to. Eventually I will. I'm cutting my commissions down this year major. And I might do maybe 1 or 2 commissions a year, and that's it. And I'm going to replace that with other things. For one thing, I'm going to be painting miniatures like I used to. Paint to sell. Which is kind of like commission painting, but they're for myself. I just sell them. I do painted units. I've always enjoyed that. And I'm in total control of the output. I prefer that, actually. You make good money. With certain periods and scales, you can make some really good, decent money. So yeah, gonna be doing that, among other things. Make some extra money with the 3D printing. And I got some other things going on the side. So all in all, it should be a lot better for me. This year is a big page turner for me. So the spring hits. Can't do nothing in the winter. Rural. I always considered where I live to be rural. But the more I look at it, especially drone footage that people take around here, it's actually turning into it's actually like a suburb. There's housing developments up the road, down the road, they're everywhere. That said, I live right on a mountain, and there's nothing is there around that lake. Nothing. A few houses here and there, but I don't know. It's not like it used to be. So maybe I'm not so rural. I'm sad now. Feral dogs. You got a lot of feral dogs down there? Damn. We don't have a lot of feral dogs, but we got coyotes. We are going to guard a caravan OSC next session. Funny, in 47 years of RPG, I never played the trope of caravan guard. Looking forward to it. Oh, that'll be fun. Yeah. Well, it's about time. Spotify on. So, our next session of Castles and Crusades, which I'm really enjoying. I'm telling you, it's really good. What was I going to say? Oh, our next session is not this Sunday, not tomorrow, because I'm trying to space it out with other things. Should be next week, though. Next week we're going to play a little bit more. Eventually I'm going to start recording these. I don't know if you guys are interested in my sessions of that stuff, or what else I got coming. But I'll be recording them. I'm going to do them live. Maybe I'll start doing live things. Iron Man likes live stuff. Maybe I'll do them live. But anyway. And what was I going to say? Hi, Mini Warmot. Just talking to you. Don't have many now. Haven't seen any in a while. Don't know what happened to them. Feral dogs. Alright, now back to the bench. Basing minis. I meant to ask you, Mini Warm-Up, when you do your Zombicide games, I haven't noticed, but do you sit and play the whole thing over the course of 1 day or 2 days or something, and just break up the whole session into separate videos? Or do you keep the game up and running for days and weeks at a time, video a little bit of a few turns, and then post it? How do you do that? Because I'm thinking you have Zombicide set up and it's there for weeks as you go through a whole game. And you're recording as you play. That's what I do when I play board games. I make videos on them. Because I've always got something. I used to always have something on the table. It's one of the strengths of solo gaming. You can play anytime you want. Possibly froze. Oh, not a basing. He doesn't like basing, folks. I love basing. I love basing. Probably because it's the most satisfying final touch to those models. Zombicide is such a great game. I'm going to eventually get a copy of one of the versions of the game. Jesse would love it. I'm big into the zombie thing, so is he. So would little Jake. I think it would be a hit. I have the game set up for a few days. I don't have the time to play the whole game in one sitting. The editing takes forever. I bet it does. All those little sound effects. Pew, pew, You wonder why it takes forever. Yeah. The Prussian bastard. How you doing, my friend? Alright, here we go. Well, you do a good job with the bat reps, or the playthroughs. I enjoy them. Keep them up. They're entertaining. They're fun. They're not too long. Little bite-sized sessions. You got it down pat. It works good. Looking forward to Rumble Slam action. Oh boy. I can't wait. Right, Iron Man? Some Rumble Slam? Looking forward. Looking forward, never backward. Gonna get some Rumble Slam. Because you know we're all fans of Rumble Slams. I'm going to do some texturing, finish this off. I think this is it. I still got all the line infantry to do. Got 15 bases of those to do, but I'm not going to do that until all the flags are done. So they're on standby. But right now, this is what I'm doing now. These last bases here, that's it. These guys could be flocked. And everything else, they're all set. They're the closest to completion, if you can believe it. Can you believe it? Never ending. A lot of viewers, I think. What is so hard about recording a game and present it to the fellow players? It's a chore. Thank you. It's a Saturday series. Yes, it is. I'm hoping Netflix will pick up the series. Never know. You never know. You never know anymore, man. Could be. Yeah. How long are yours, those episodes? Like 12 minutes? Isn't it like 12 minutes? I think that one was 12 minutes. That's perfect. That's perfect. Hence a series, right? Rumble Slam. So I kind of forgot that it's a very character-heavy driven game. It's very much about the characters and their own special abilities. I forgot that. And I was looking at it and I was saying, boy, if only you could at least aim and get a bonus to your die roll. Because otherwise it's like a 50-50 straight down the pipe. It's always 4+, 4+, 4+, 4+. But no, it's not. No, it's not. There's character abilities here. Somebody might just have a +1 or hit on a 3+ instead. So that kind of changes it. So you don't want to mess with a house roll because it's built into the game as a special ability for another character. Because it's all about characters. How do you determine what characters you take into a scenario? Do you just pick them, or is it random, or totally up to you, or how does that work? I like not knowing about games. It's fun to learn these things. There's another base of Jaeger. 6 more. And then we're going to wash a few of the bases. Then we'll get the flags. I'm going to start the painting process of the flags. It's going to take a while. A lot of flags. Need to base them. WG Tribesmen of Germania. Germana. What is WG? WG. Warlord Games? Warlord Games. Warlord Games, right? Is that what it is? Check. I feel good about myself. WG. Warlord Games. If you're into zombies, I could run a Dead Rain one-shot for you. Oh, Dead Rain. Is that part of the Palladium system? You know how I feel about Palladium, right? Ah, nerdy. Warlord Games, I guessed it right, so kudos to me. Acronyms. I pick all the painted survivors, number them, then roll a die for selection. I love it. What a great idea, especially for a series, right? Yeah. Do you video that? Do you put that at the season opener? Let's see who our first faction is. Oh, no. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I like it. Yes, it is. It's part of the Palladium Universe game system, which I'm not a big fan of. I've never actually played any Palladium games. Once I get into Palladium. Nerdy Ogre loves Palladium. He's all about the Palladiums. The Palladiums. He's the master of Palladium games. Actually, Palladium games is pretty popular over on Max's channel. Everybody seems to enjoy it. Squirrel, you're a fan, right? What is it? Do I want to go down this rabbit hole? No, not really. New topic. Well, it's me, so it shouldn't have been that hard to guess. That's okay. So me and my Sunday group, or at least let's just say Jesse and Kyle, they are so much into Pathfinder 2. We've tried so many games and I cannot get them interested in anything. I mean, they'll sit and they'll play anything, but their heart isn't in it. They're totally into the Pathfinder. They're into the build. All right, I'll say it, the build. And those games really emphasize build of characters. It's their thing. That's what they enjoy. And I've tried so hard. Castles and Crusades, Dragonbane. I've tried other games. Just nothing really clicks for these guys. And I kind of don't want to play 2E, Pathfinder, again, anytime soon. I'm just burned out from it. Don't care for it. It's really a superhero game, and I could go on and on. So, what do you think we're doing right now? We made a compromise, and we found a game we could all agree on. And we're running through it now. And it's not Castles and Crusades. That's my old school campaign. What do you think it is? It's not old school, but it's nostalgic for me. But it's not old school. I wouldn't consider it new school either. It's not Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. That's another game I'm trying to get them into. But it's not that. It starts with a P. And no, it's not Pathfinder 2e. That's out of the question for me. What do you think it is? 3 syllables. No, it's not Gamma World. But it's a great idea, changing genres. I'm telling you. It's fantasy. There's another hint. I gave you 3 hints. For Traveler. It's not Pendragon. Creating a name generator in open office using the thousands of names from old JG treasures of names. Figured out the import process. Happy man is Arn Man. Not DCC. Nerdy Ogre wins the prize. Pathfinder 1E. Wouldn't you know it? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. They won't play. If it's not Pathfinder 2E, okay, Pathfinder 1E. That's what we'll do. That'll be our compromise game. So, yes. And I'm going to tell you right now, Pathfinder First Edition is so much a better game than 2E in a whole bunch of ways. And I'm going to leave it at that. That's just how I feel. I told them, I said, hey, I'd rather play 1E than 2E again. So I let that dangle for a little bit, and they took me up on it. So now it's like, okay, this is what we're coming to now. We're going back to Pathfinder, but we're doing 1E. So, yeah. And that's all right. It's not 2E. I know, Zadarock. Finally got in, did you? Heard you were out and about town. So, because I care about my group so much, I'm going to be running some Pathfinder First Edition for them. Among other things, but yeah. And I'm happy about it. I'm much happier with it. I'm not a fan of Pathfinder 2e anymore. I was. Just not my cup of tea. I like 3.5, so that's as deep as I go into crunch, so that's enough for me. That's okay, that's okay. That's okay. Traveler. I hope to do that later this year. I'm really hoping to do that. Hopefully as a GM. But I think I might have the opportunity to get somebody else to GM as well, so either way, I think that's going to happen. Ta-ta, 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 ta-ta. Hyperborea. I had a Pringles for the first time in years. They are so thin, says Iron Man, you can see through them. They break every time you pick them up. Why bother? You sound so sad, Iron Man. Prussian bastard. Once, or if, I get into retirement, I'll run a Warhammer Fantasy role-playing campaign again. You like it, huh? You like 4E? You a 4E fan? It's one of my favorite games. Really, I'm a big fan of the setting as well as the game system. And I've played it so very little. It's just one of those things I do want to play in my life. Zombicide RPG? I would like. Is there a Zombicide RPG? Is that legit? Zombicide Chronicles? I didn't know that. Huh. Post some links, Mini Warmut. I'll check it out. No, first edition. Oh, first edition fan. All right, hardcore. I got all my first edition books. That was the closest edition I came to actually playing before 4E. What a great game. Yeah, I've got all my first edition books, never played second, never played third, and decided to kick it into gear with fourth, and I'm quite happy. Fourth is a good edition. Second is pretty good too, from what I hear. But it's going to have to wait. I have got some games in of it, and I intend to continue that eventually. Right now, I'm just trying to get my games up and running. Probably about 3 different games that I'm going to be running. And so far, so good. Pathfinder First Edition is well underway. Castles and Crusades well underway. 4E well underway. I'm doing pretty good. Got Squirrel running some Harnmaster for us. We'll let him run that. Lots of little games in between, like Dragonbane and Alien, Hyperborea. Some Savage World is planned. Lots of good stuff. Once I get all this organized and figured out, and I'm playing all these games and I'm having fun, I'm going to write a book on how to get games played in this age of over-commercialized games. New games every week. How do you do it? How do you play? How do you do this? I'm serious. Big Small has joined us once again. I still run Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, or FRIP. FRIP, First Edition. For my boy and his friends, their current campaign is set in Talia. They are now shipwrecked on the Southlands coast. Nice. I'm also interested in Imperium Maledictum. Yeah, so am I. I'm getting into all their games. What is it, Cubicle 7? Is it Cubicle 7? They've got all those 40k games and Warhammer stuff. I'm definitely looking into the 40k ones. First edition rules contradict at times. The DM has choices to make. Second edition made those choices for you. How you doing, Clyde? Everybody stand back. Lurking in style. Oh, there's Nerdy. He's back again. How you doing, Nerdy? Noticed you were gone. It's getting lonely around here. Got the Nerdster back in action. I think I made a video about Warhammer. Fripp. I think I did. Yeah, I did. I showed off all my first edition books. My 4E book. Only got one, the core book. And talked about it. 5 more bases. Zombicide Chronicles. I guess I'll have to look this up. Zombicide. Yeah, I spelled that wrong. It is. Cool mini or not. Let's go over there. Zombicide. Go away. Why won't this go away? Oh, there it is. $40 for the core rule book. About the game. There's a zombie plague overrunning the world. The recently dead are roaming around, hurting the living, ready to tear them apart on sight. Some survivors chose to hide away in bunkers or caves. But that's not you. That's not you, Zombicide. You're going to attack these zombies head on. You're going to commit zombicide. In Zombicide Chronicles, the role-playing game, players take the role of survivors of the zombie apocalypse. They must learn to work together, trust one another, and form strategies to fight zombies if they want to stay alive. Generate your survivor with the online generator. Standalone experience. Zombicide Chronicles is an entirely new way to experience the world of Zombicide, bringing players into the action like never before. Utilize Zombicide board game components. Are you kidding me? This is awesome. While a gaming experience on its own, the Zombicide Chronicles is designed to utilize components from the Zombicide board games, including tiles, miniatures, dice. Familiar rules. Zombicide board gamers will find much they recognize in Zombicide Chronicles, allowing them to easily get involved into the game. Okay, I like this. What a grand idea. Once again, Warmutt turning me on to things here. First it's Royal Rumble, and now it's Zombicide Chronicles. Rumble Slam, I should say. Yeah. Fantastic. Cool mini or not, let me bookmark this so I can look at it later. That'd be nice. Get into the board game, buy one of the box games and get the role playing thing. It'd be like back and forth, total usage. I like it. Yes, usage is a word. Look it up. Let's put that in game. Zombicide. Chaka chaka cha. So that is a thing. I'm also interested in Imperium Maledictum. I read that. sent you a link, Facebook Messenger. I sent the drive-through RPG link. Okay, I'll look at that in Facebook. Thanks for Mutt. Big Small Worlds. I even got some scenarios into the Warhammer Fantasy fanzine, now defunct, called Warpstone. I remember that. Neato, Big Small. The character sheets are really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. I like games like that. Miniatures, board games. Fun things. Hugin and Mugen. I'm telling you, the ravens and crows watch over me. Watch over all of us. They keep getting closer and closer. They're going to be walking through my doorway pretty soon. I hear them out there now. I will be diving into Cthulhu, oh boy. Cthulhu what? What game? What game of Cthulhu? Call of Cthulhu, the RPG. I think there's like 3 different RPG games of Cthulhu. Yeah, there's 3 that I know of. One is Call of Cthulhu by Cassian. I think I got spackle in my mouth. There's Arkham Horror, the board game, which is one of my all-time favorite board games ever. Give me a second. My furry Cthulhu needs to be fed again. Cthulhu, Death May Die. There's Cthulhu Wars. They doing Shadow? I think I'm being summoned again. Darn it. I always want to do miniatures, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. For large collection, smaller forces. Cthulhu, oh boy. I looked at Cthulhu Wars. It's interesting. Death May Die, I don't think I've heard of. Probably seen it, I just don't remember. What was I going to do? Oh, I'm being summoned. Yep, I have been summoned. You have to bear with me, folks. I'm gonna have to bring somebody in here when this happens, because I gotta. How do I describe it? I go into my old man mode. It was Warmut that mentioned that. Whoops. Let us see, let us see. God damn it. Pardon the French. So, be a little creative here. There was a time when I would look up to my brother. He was standing there in full military dress. His chin tucked, eyes straight forward. His look was, again, command of the English language, folks. His look was that of a warrior of profound discipline. I never forgot that look in his eye. I never forgot the look in his eyes. The look in his eye? Look in his eye. Let's go singular there. I never forgot the look in his eyes. We want to be plural, actually. It has stuck with me till this day. So when I hear the word military, this is what comes to my mind. There you go. So how do you guys interpret the word military? What do you think of? What comes to your mind? to the chat. Well, crap, Fritz. Now I'm thinking about hosting a Zombicide con. Oh, please do, man. Count me in if you want to play online. I'll try it. I'd have a blast. You count me in. Scroll Hermitage. Lots of new games, as in unheard of ones by myself. Sound really cool. And a hoot. Alas, I'm done with the look. A new shiny. As I stated earlier, a few hundred books. You get that way as you mature in this hobby. You realize that, right? I'm going through the same thing. So somebody else me and you both know. It's a good way to be. Organized fighting forces of a group in power, says Ironman. Organized fighting forces of a group in power. Honestly, I think of my son joining the Air Force. What dangers might lie ahead for him? If there was one word that comes to mind, Iron Man, Shadow, one word. When you hear the term military, what would that one word be? Just one word. There's 10 people watching and only one thumbs up. Nerdy Ogre, he's keeping tabs on things. What's going on here, folks? Yeah. Hit that like button. Helps the algorithm. Helps the channel to get noticed. Helps the video to get noticed. Although these streams are like 3, 4, 5 hours long. I don't know who wants to sit here that long. But hey, the option is there, right? In a free society, we can't go wrong, right? Yeah, options. It's nice. Troops. Duty. Good ones. Good ones. Sacrifice. Another good one. Nice. See, mine was discipline. That's what comes to my mind. So far, a thumbs up and up and earned. It's getting close, though. Thanks, Iron Man. Maybe I got a few downers in there. I usually don't get those. I don't, really. Everybody's going to give me thumbs down now. Terrible. Since the 80s, folders, plethora of computer folders and files. If you can get into the Air Force, like me, don't have to treat scores. Frustration. Signal Corps. Huh. Anyone ever watch the Waltons? I was a big fan of the Waltons growing up. Oh, I love the Waltons. I don't know. That's pretty random. Here's a story that reflects the other persistent interpretations of the military. Mein Gott. Da-da-da-da-da-da. There, got this out of the way. Da-da-da-da-da. Bet you Iron Man remembers the Waltons. We're on the Carol Burnett show. They were known as the Walnuts. Remember that one, Iron Man? Come on. Come on. Remember the Walnuts? Yeah. John Boy. I was stuck role playing. Get to the Air Force. I read that. Weird. My screen shows only one thumbs up. Back to the thumbs again. Mine shows 0 thumbs up. Need to refresh. I've been told the vets there's only 2 branches of the military. Yes, John Boy. Zetarock. 8. 8 thumbs up? Wow, thanks. Good night, Fritz. Good night, John Boy. Yeah. That was my house growing up. In a big house with a big family, and we'd always do that late at night when everyone went to bed. Kinky thumbs fetish. Let's not get crazy here, Minnie Warmont. Let's not get crazy. Beware, he will ask for photos of your cute thumbs. Love the Waltons. It's time to go back to those times. Yeah. I remember the Gone with the Wind scene with the curtains as a dress, says Clyde. Speaking of the Carol Burnett show, I remember that too. Fritz has earned it. He's the Bob Ross of miniature painting. Well, thank you, Nerdy. Thank you very much. Happy little mistakes. Happy little mistakes, folks. You are welcome. Yes, I remember the Carol Burnett show. The Walnuts. That was their skit on the Waltons. Pretty funny stuff. I didn't know it at the time, back when I was a little kid watching that stuff, Carol Burnett. But going back and watching old episodes on YouTube, Carol Burnett was pretty damn hot. She was good looking. Holy smokes. I didn't realize it back then. Huh. How do you like that? Who'da thunk? Fritz needs the perm. Great Depression, good times. Go back to the Great Depression, good times. Come on, Iron Man, you know what we mean. You know what we're talking about. Iron Man's always got to spoil things. He's a spoil sport. I used to get 100% likes, but occasionally someone dislikes. Why? Surely the viewer doesn't like. It's a clue. It's just the wrong niche for them. Just remember, thumbs up, thumbs down, it's engagement. They both work equally. Don't worry if it's a thumbs up or thumbs down. It does you good. It's a response. It's engagement. Okay, so... But it is kind of a head scratcher when you see that lone little thumb down. Like, where did that come from? I mean, at least leave a comment and let me know. Be a little bit helpful here. What didn't you like? I'll tell you right now, 9 times out of 10, that thumbs down, that lone thumbs down, is somebody that just doesn't like you. Just somebody doing it out of spite. Because I've gotten them before like that. Sometimes they're deserved, you know, because I don't care. But most of the time, it's just somebody that, we got in an argument or they left the server or whatever, you know. That happens, you know. It's called life. Cutie for sure, but not a hottie. I dug her, man. I dug her. Looking back on it nowadays, I didn't realize. It's the internet. It would be something random like a dislike your green walls. Yeah, right? It's the internet. We all have that troll. Who doesn't like you, Fritz? Yeah, who doesn't like me? I don't know. People I kick out of my games, maybe? That's happened a few times. Sorry, just it's not working out. The vibe isn't right at the table. Gonna have to let you go, man. Next day, it's like every episode of my replay. Thumb down, thumb down, thumb down, thumb down for the next couple weeks. You know, wonder who did that. It's pretty obvious to me. True story. Well said, Iron Man. Well saidage. All right, let's minimize this and get back to the spacklage. Appreciate that, Nerdy Ogre, by the way. Cheers, my friend. We got to support each other here on YouTube's. That's the way to do it. We all gotta work together here. Canned heat. Anyone remember canned heat? I've talked about it before. Our man remembers. Canned heat. Does anyone remember canned heat? Don't go Googling it. Come on, be honest. It's funny to me to watch old videos of Jimi Hendrix on stage, live, and seeing the crowd. You know what I mean. I mean, everybody's like sitting down in chairs and like just, you know, like they were at a classical show or something. It's just odd. But they're enjoying it. They're rocking out in the limited way that they did. That's so funny to me. Especially somebody like Hendrix going crazy on stage, burning things. Holy smokes. What's going on here? People didn't know how to react to that. Or Deep Purple. Deep Purple, same thing. Look at their live shows. You know, people just sitting down, listening, tapping their knee to the beat. Are you kidding me? It always struck me as funny, if anything. That's another base. I got 4 more bases, one at a time. It was Clyde with his shaky hands clipping the wrong reaction button. Aha! That's who it was. Nicholas. Who? Michelle Nichols? Michelle Nichols. Is that who I think it is? She was a hottie back in the day. She had some damn fine legs. Okay, let's not get too detailed, Dirty Ogre. Come on. Michelle Nichols. What was she on? Was she on... What was that? 8 is Enough? Was that the show? McNichols. McNichols? I'm not sure I know who you're talking about. I think I do. But Michelle Nichols doesn't ring a bell. So maybe it's my players disliking a story in role, like if it is a story about their enemy and paints them in a good light. Michelle Nichols? Gonna have to Google it. Canned Heat is a great band. I'm on the road again. Dun, dun, dun. Jump in the water, stay drunk all the time. Sounds like woman's prison movie to me. Stupid question. Thumbs down. Aha! Do you remember any of the BBC's live concerts? Do you remember any of the BBC live concerts? Everyone's sitting on the floor watching. Yeah, that's probably what I'm thinking of. Like Deep Purple. Maybe that was a BBC one. I saw the Moody Blues in the 80s and everybody was sitting down. I guess all their fans were old even then. Yeah. It's odd. Yes, more details, Shadow. No Star Trek. She was Uhura. Star Trek, she was Uhura. She was Uhura. Lieutenant Uhura. Is that who she is? Oh, okay. Huh. Okay. Nerdy Ogre going on the exotic end. Okay. Okay. Uhura. Well, nowadays, if they offered a leave or Advil before the concert, maybe it would be more lively. Could be, it could be. She also sang the opening theme music for the very early shows. Really? I didn't know that. Nichelle Nichols? That was her name? Now that would have been great. Third in command of the Enterprise. Nah. Uhura was third in command of the Enterprise? Then I remember the Midnight Special. Yeah, I remember the Midnight Special. Doesn't know who. Thumbs down. I didn't know. I'm not a Trek head. Oh, another thumbs down for that one. All right, I'll be quiet then. I won't say any more. Cripes. Can't win here today. Up and down like a roller coaster. It's comments, thumbs down. Okay. That's where we're going here. I see. Actually, I was more of a Trek head compared to Star Wars. The original series. Little known fact, I played the Star Trek theme in my 8th grade concert band. Concert that we did. Yeah. It's one of the first songs I learned how to do on my tenor saxophone. Back in 8th grade. Perhaps was that 8th grade? No, it was 7th grade. Take that back. 7th grade. Star Trek theme. Huh. Interesting, Iron Man. You guys know so much about her. All right. Okay. I feel ashamed. I don't know so much. There you go. She just passed away too. Man. It's me, Luigi. Ian Gillian. Little spacklage here. Plenty of little spackalages. What is this nonsense? This isn't painting. Guy's doing drywall on his figures. Nights in White Satin. The Moody Blues. Okay. Got some Moody Blues fans. Okay, there's another base. Let's clean off the edges in preparation for painting. Gotta paint those edges, Shadow. You know it. Gotta paint those edges. 3 more. She was also a trained dancer. That I knew. Right, be right back, says Mini Warmont. Need to spray matte seal. Okay, that's the final touch right there. Wish this kind of trivia was on the citizens test. Citizens test. Crumbs. Lieutenant Uhura passed away? I think so. I think that happened like last year? The year before? Get to a certain age and everyone seems to be dying. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. I must be at that age because I've had, well, more than three, but three people that were close, I was close to, one of which was my family, pass away just in the last 12 months. Just boom. The year before was another brutal one. So what's going on? Even my friend's dog passed away. I'm in the middle of hobby chaos right now, says Big Small. Tidy. Be right back, says Nerdy. Everyone's taking a break, I guess. I just sealed the other 30 miniatures. Be right back as well. Hang on, folks. We're in a sealing break. Everybody's doing the spray routine. It reminds me I don't have any spray. I'm going to have to get some from the old Amazon Rooney. Get some sealer. Must have. Does anybody out there not seal their figures? I remember back in the day. Yeah, back in the 80s I didn't seal them. I started sealing figures, I guess in the 90s. Became a thing. Protects your figures, you know, it keeps it from paint from coming off. Up, Zadarock's still here. I knew I could count on you, Zadarock. Everybody disappears with their rattle cans. Missing out on all the good stuff. My hair gets tangled in this thing sometimes. It's crazy. Do 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 boo do boo. So I'll tell you. Have you ever seen the rain fall down on a sunny day? Have you? Is that a thing? I want to know. I want to know. Let's take a ride in my flying spoon. Yittity. Come on, folks. Gotta do the spacklage here. Spacklage. Might be down just 2 more bases. Do. Today we're talking music, I guess. Usually it's food, but I seem to be thinking a lot about music. From days gone by. Got a lot of tunes ripping through my head right now for some reason. You know, I don't hold back. I get the urge. Break out in song. Do do. gets so messy. Almost. One more little dab. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. These guys are going to look so wonderful. All based and flocked, flags unfurled. There, clean the base edges because I paint those. There's another base. Some Jaeger. It's German for hunter. Hunter's huntsman. Okay, let's read chat. Two more bases to do. Percy Block. Percy Block. Thumbs down, everybody leaving. 35 years I painted with enamels and never varnished anything. The paint is stubborn. That's true. That's true. Paint with enamels back in the 80s and 70s. That was the thing. You didn't really need a sealer. I never used enamels. I used enamels when I built model kits when I was a little kid. I never seal as you may want to strip and repaint them at any time. Interesting. Interesting, Shadow. Interesting. I've got here, yes, rattle canning as well. I was raised a poor orc child, says. Fantastic, fantastic. Welcome aboard, by the way. What a great name that is. Ah, wow. Big small worlds. By the way, by sealing, do you mean varnishing? Slight language muddlement on this end. Yeah, pretty much. Sealing, protecting. Pretty much varnish. Percy Block, howdy. Got his western hat on tonight. How you doing, Percy? I'll be primering some 40k Grey Knights tomorrow. Ah, doing the 40k thing, huh? Good choice, Grey Knights. Those powerful psychers. Aye, Fritz, who was the most painted? Who has the most painted minis in your winter warmer right now? Oh, I'm not keeping that much detail. Who has the biggest project? Probably you, Mini War Much. You're going through them like a little kid in a candy store. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, I'd probably say you. I haven't got enough reports from other people yet to see what they've done. Although I do have an idea, but I think you're probably ahead of the pack. Stephen Smith got quite a few 10 mil done, but not like what you're doing. Matt Schreiber, he's got a lot of stuff on his plate, and I don't know what his progress is. He's working on Warlord Games Hail Caesar. He's got like thousands of miniatures for the project. I don't know how much he's going to get done. He's done quite a few. I couldn't say yet. Percy Block makes a rainbow. How you doing, Percy Block, once again? Unicorns flying. Shadow and Sun, of course. I live in California. Californication. Now I use acrylics to do varnish. Tried to buy some at the local shop today, but the right guy wasn't there, so I couldn't. How weird is that? It says Big Small. I don't know. But it's good motivator for me. Yeah, I think you're actually ahead of the pack. From what I can tell so far. It's going to rain today and the sun is shining brightly. Not here. It's cold. It's 29 degrees. Gonna get a half a foot of snow tonight. I spent all morning, because I don't have salt, don't have rock salt. I spent all morning throwing dirt on my path and drive. Well, not so much the driveway. That kind of melted. Got sheets of ice here. It's real bad. Zadarok. My painting started with my dad. He was into racing model cars and planes. He sealed everything, and when I got back into my painting, I always seal when done painting. Huh, interesting, Zadarok. Grew up with it. I was raised a poor orc child, but I took a paint break. Just starting to paint once again. Well, congrats on that. Congrats on that. I was raised a poor orc child. Congrats. It's fantastic. I love it. The shop is half tattooist and half gaming store. Boy, what a combo. And only the tattooists were in. That's your local game store? That's great. Wow. Get a tattoo and roll some dice. Back in a bit. Clyde is taking a break. He can't hack it. He can't hack it. Needs a break from this madness. We'll be here, Clyde. Fritz is in spackle mode for 10 days or so. No, it's only been a couple days. What are you talking about? Terrible. Get a chaos tattoo and a kill team and one visit. Exactamundo. Gotta go eat. Be back in a while. Here, everybody's leaving again. Here we go again. You know what that means. Another thumbs down from Iron Man. Hey, Percy, what's a shaking? Cigars and beer later. That sounds good. First sealer coat applied. Says squirrel. Excellent. You quit smoking, Shadow. Congrats, man. Did you replace it with something like vaping or something? Tester enamel. Ugh. Tester enamels. Yeah, I still got one of my original tester enamel paints. My first paints I've ever owned in my life. I still got 1 or 2 jars in my storage. Fritz, it's me, Cal. Oh, Cal. Ah, being a little sneaky under the table there, are you? Gotcha. All right. All right. I see what's going on here, Cal. I see. Love the new moniker. That's fantastic. I was raised a poor orc child. I was going to keep calling you that every time you say something. Because I like it so much. I'll never give up drinking, says Percy. Don't have any problems with it. I'm a real pro at it now. It's one way to look at it, Percy. Dull coat, says Iron Man. Talking past tense. He doesn't paint no more. We're working on him. We're working on him. Oh, Shadow's curious. What's going on there? What's going on there, Cal? The name change is for pure humor. He likes hearing me say it. I'm sure it's a riot. Shadow and Sun. Love the Grey Knights. Don't play, though. That's okay. That's okay. I love painting the models. I don't play much 40K. I play old school 40K. I can't say I don't play. I actually do play. I just love painting GW models. Kudos for giving up the smoking shad. Kevin has the most that I know of. Not in the warmer, though. What he does is amazing. What is hooked on dust now? That's perfect, Shadow. Join in. It's the Winter Warmer Challenge. Let's do another promo for the Winter Warmer Challenge. You ready for this, folks? Here we go. Stand back. Gird your loins. The Winter Warmer Challenge, folks. It's something my friend come up with the title for years ago. We did one season of it, and then it just fell by the wayside. We had other challenges going on, but this one is an important one to me. And I'm bringing it back this year, and it's called the Winter Warmer Painting Challenge. And basically, what it is it's a time to actually come back to old projects and put the finishing touches on them. Here is your chance to finally finish off some of these models you might or might not have started earlier in your hobby career. Whether that was a week ago or whether that was years ago. Get them out, make it a project, and get them done. And hey, you got 3 months to do it. Okay, we start in December. It ends in February 28th. That's the entire month of February we have left, folks. So yeah, you're welcome to join in. Just post somewhere, whether it's Facebook, Discord, YouTube. Tag me your videos. Tag me in your updates, whatever they might be. Say Winter Warmer Challenge. This is my project. This is what I'm doing. And this is what I'm going to get done. Finally. All right. That's what the Winter Warmer Challenge is all about. And hopefully, there's no prizes. But what I do like to do is at the end of it, I'll do a little montage of everybody's efforts and what their project was and what the completed models look like. So yeah, put up your pictures of your progress so far in your challenge. Let me know what you're doing. And I'll try and put you in that montage. That's the whole thing. Getting things done. And we're going to do this annually. We're going to do it next winter as well. I intend to have 2 challenges every year. One is going to be the Winter Warmer. The other one takes place in the summer. We're still working on a name for that. But yeah, we'll look forward to that when that comes about. But yeah, Winter Warmer, time to put the finishing touches on projects that you never fully finished. But honestly, it could be whatever you want it to be. It's just 3 months of painting madness with getting something done. All right? That's the Winter Warmer Challenge. And this year it's dedicated to my really good friend who passed away, and you all know and love him, Ian Long. He was actually excited to join this challenge. That was not to be, sadly. Oh, I'm sweating in here. Holy cow. I was raised a poor orc child, so Shadow wasn't hidden in the smoke this whole time. I made 8 mushrooms. I saw those. I showed them off, Cal. Started painting again. I'm against that. Thumbs down. Keeping that engagement rolling along, Iron Man. None must gum till I get sick of that. I'm just a fan. Can't type withdrawals. Yeah, something you threw me off completely, Shadow. Cripes. I had to move on from that one. My loins are girded, says Percy. There you go. Got the old breechcloth tightened up today. The new name was such a good joke at Facebook. I couldn't resist the connection to Steve Martin and current sensitivity of younger gamers. Okay, there you go. Summer's Sizzler. I like that one too. I've been writing down titles for it. I think it was Nordic that came up with a good one so far. I'm going to write down Summer Sizzler. I like it. I like those sizzles in the summer days. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Summer Cooler. The Summer Cooler? Is that it? The other one was Summer Chill. So why not have a Summer Sizzler? Let's jot it down. Summer Sizzle. Sizzle me this, Batman. Fantasticals. Thanks, Percy. That was a good one. The Summer Simmer. Oh, Zadarock. I got to write that down, too. Hold on. I got to find the page again. What is it? The Summer Simmer. That's another good one. I think you gave that one before. I just passed by it or something, but I'll write it down this time. We'll see. We'll see. 200 miniatures by the end of WWC when a warmer challenge. Yeah, you're you know what? Actually, Squirrel Hermit's got the most done. I forgot about Squirrel's project. So, yeah, Mini Warmut, Squirrel, I think you guys are leading the pack as far as how much you're getting done. A little recognition from Mini Warmut. He's up for the challenge, though, so prepare yourself. This is my project. This is my hobby. This is for painting. This is for play. Okay. All right, Dirty. Okay. Keep the pad handy. We're in brainstorm mode now. Yeah, it is. It's handy. I'm going to have to open a brand new page of ideas here. That's nice. I got my PayPal password written there in bold. Let's put that on video. Let's put that on video. Ripes. It's my miniatures like what's your mind. Here's the desk until you're fully paid. That you will take its place of honor. I'll have 40 minis done by the end of February. So stand back, folks. Stand back. All right, I got 2 bases to do. I think Zaddy's going to pull it off. She's going to surprise us all. She's got a project in hand. Wait till you see what she's doing. It's going to be a surprise for me anyway, because she's keeping it hush. Posting little hint pictures that are pixelated. You can't see what it is she's painting. All I know, it involves a gigantic aquarium. Right? It takes up half the wall, right, Zaddy? It's going to be humongous. It's going to have little ornaments in it and little figures that she's painting. All kinds of craziness. Take care, Nerdy Ogre. Thanks for joining, man. You take care of yourself. Watch out for the wild dogs. They might be stalking you, waiting for their chance to pounce. Yeah. Nerdy Ogre, everybody. Nerdy Ogre. Keeping hope alive down there in Texas. We all need more Nerdy Ogre in our life. For sure. For sure. It's going to be finished February 22nd. No choice. We'll be heading back to work for sure. Aww. Yeah. Everybody gets sad when Squirrel has to go back to work. What is it? It's the 8th. You got plenty of time. Oh boy. You've earned your vacation time. Gonna clean out the game room. Get some painted figures painted. Get some figures painted. Get some projects done. That's good. Good stuff. 60 in a month, I'm impressed. It's just Percy bloke. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Of course, he's doing 15 mil. That's about right. He's got a lot done. Careful, let's not get too messy here with the spackleage. Gonna hide all those little base edges. Gonna hide them. Don't want them showing up. Let's see. Let's do a little tuck and push here. Just like a surgeon here. Yes, and there we go. Hyperborea. Flames of War. My project, of course, is the Hit the Beach starter set for Flames of War. Something I'm so excited to get back into again. Oh, I've got so many things going on I could talk about. It's a good time. It's a good time. Oh, I got some spackle on this guy's shako. I didn't even see that. Let's do a little cleaning. Perfect. This guy too. Wow, getting out of control here. It's good. All right, there's another base. I got one more. Speckle on the shako. Yeah. Let's see. 3, 4, 10. 10 watching, 9 thumbs up. That's much better. There you go. There. Nerdy has spoken. Thanks for that, Nerdy. Okay. 4. Take it easy, y'all, says Minnie Warmut. Grandsons and granddaughters here. 3, 3, and 1-year-olds. Oof, boy, that is young. This will take some energy. Keep painting and play those games. All right, Minnie Warbuck, thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thanks for the great video you posted today on Zombicide. Episodes 5, 6, 7, or turns 5, 6, 7 plus. Good stuff. I enjoy it. I've assembled over 100 mostly historicals, says Cal, otherwise known as I Was Raised a Poor Orc Child. Later, but just let kids go in their room full of minis. They'll love it. Yeah, let them loose. Let them loose in Warmut's gaming room. Boy, that would be a disaster. Here you go, kids. Enjoy yourself. Disaster. Back and listening again, says Big S, Big Small Worlds. Gotta spread a bucket of green flockage to hide the figure's bases in a photograph of a scene. But I can listen while I do so. Make it interesting. There you go, Big Small Worlds. There you go. Glad to oblige. And finally, Percy Block. Spackle on the shackle. There you go. Have to do a little catching up on the chat. Still got a little coffee left. How do you like that? Excuse me. I gotta relax. So what is today? Today's Friday. I suppose Max is doing a stream tonight. Yes. No, it's Saturday. Sorry. I take that all back. Of course it's Saturday. What's the matter with me? I blinked. It is Saturday. Tomorrow's Sunday. Most anticipated miniatures war game. Barbecue Brit. Oh, jeez, Percy. Good eating that is. Gotta run to the post office. See you in a funny papers. Take care, Shadow. You enjoy yourself. Your little electric bike hike. Zzz. Fantastic. See you again soon, my friend. I appreciate it. In the meantime, Percy's gonna be firing up the barbecue. All right. There you go. Got some flocking going on. Got some barbecue. Got some spackling on my side of the wall here. Pretty good. Getting stuff done. Getting stuff done in stylish. Most anticipated war game for me is probably Bolt Action 3rd Edition / Chain of Command. I've been meaning to get into that game for a long time now. I'm kind of excited. I haven't painted anything for it. I have in the past, but not recently. I've been collecting miniatures for it. Because I do so love to paint those 28mm World War II minis. It's going to be a fun project. Probably later this year. Right now I'm all about building my Flames of War collections again. Getting a start on it anyway. So that's a big deal right now, I think. But it's I don't know. I'm pretty much excited to get back into Flames of War. That is probably my most anticipated. And that I'm actually doing, so can't overlook that. Chain of Command 2 is coming. That's right. That's right. That's right. It's a good time to be excited for 28mm World War II. Chain of Command 2. Bolt Action 3rd Edition just got released late last year. So there's a lot of new stuff there. A lot of new stuff. And I love the two Fat Lardies. I love their stuff. I love their podcast. I love Richard. He's a character if there ever was one. I got some games of that I want to play. Oh, What a Tanker. Oh, What a Cowboy. Chain of Command 2. What's another one that I've been considering? I'm not sure. Those are the three big ones. Oh, so much. So much, Percy. Anyone have a favorite Two Fat Lardies game? Yeah, chain of command. I played a lot of Imp and Shatmung. I might go back to that with my Flames of War stuff and play a little bit more. Because, you know, one of the great advantages of having a painted collection is you can really play any game. You can try out some different games. You don't have to be stuck with just one. That's the great thing about historical gaming, especially. Your figures are pretty much compatible with whatever rules you can do. It's not like 40K. I'm being summoned again. Damn it. Let me finish this. Go check. I'm being summoned. And for you guys that are curious what I'm talking about and why I go into old man mode and stare at the screen seemingly, I actually am doing a little work for my school where I went to university. I know one of the professors. Well, I know quite a few, but I'm kind of helping them out, and they're helping me out. And I'm doing a little work on the side. So, if you're ever curious what I mean by all that nonsense, that's what it is. So I'm basically on call 24/7. Even during my chats. So I get a little distracted. I help them out with some stuff. There. Got the Jaeger done. Let's go check something out real quick. But I got those bases done anyway. So that's good. What are we at? Da 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 da. Blocks. Let me see here. Da, 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 da. I am the coin master. All right, that's out of the way. Yeah, what else was I going to do? Besides flags, wash the bases. That's what I was going to do. So we'll do that. If I can at least do that, we're good. The flags, I'm at the stage of painting them. I'm going to start painting the wedges and stuff. Drawing the little double-headed eagle. I might put that off till next week. It takes a little focus. So I might do that. Now we'll just do some washing of the bases. Very laid back session for the day. What do you think? Sound good? No rush. I'm digging some barbecue. Betterman's post office. FF Ison. Chain of command 2. Coin or coin? Hold on, I gotta take my glasses off. Feeling dizzy here. Ay, ay, ay. Coin is in coin series? Coin. I'm trying to think what I meant by coin. I totally forgot even saying coin. I'm confused, Clyde. How you been, Clyde, by the way? How is everything? How was your weekend? How was everybody's weekend? Man, I thought today was Friday. It's like, oh boy, the start of the weekend. No, weekend's almost over. It's Sunday tomorrow already. Jeez, that went by. So much for enjoying the weekend. Host is confused. Thumbs down. Well, you're keeping track, aren't you, Iron Man? Keeping track of those thumbs downs. Well, if I got a thumbs down on this one, I know who's doing that. I know who's about that. That'd be the Ironmeister is what that is. Yeah, the Iceman. He's a hard one to please. I could see him now sitting there all laid back in his flip-flops. Sitting next to his big giant heat and fire. I don't know what he's got for a heater. I want to say he's got a big old fireplace roaring, but I don't know about that. He might be hovering around a candle, covered in a alpaca fleece blanket, right? That's what it is. That's what he's doing. With flip-flops. No time for proper shoes and boots in the winter. He's a flip-flop man. Thongs for life. Right, Iron Man? That's all we'll say about that. Cold now. Insulated flip-flops. Now that's thinking. That's being creative right there. His feet are wrapped in alpaca fur. Nice and fuzzy and warm. Barely anything done, says Clyde. Kids. Not too much sleep. Tornado warning at 9 p.m. We'll see if anything gets done tonight. Tornado warning. I went to bed early. I slept probably 12 hours straight. And I'm telling you, I didn't even realize it was 12 hours. That's the first time I slept that long in years. And I woke up exhausted. Did I really sleep that long? I feel like I slept maybe 6 hours tops. I slept for almost 12 hours. I can't believe it. That was last night. Mucklucks. Cross mucklucks. I like that word. Mucklucks. Oh. Let's keep this Optivisor off for a little bit before I get a headache going. Oh, this is interesting. I am in a converted coal cellar. tanked to make it damp-proof. And it's freezing. No radiators down here. Great in the summer. So cool. There you go. Big small worlds. Living in a coal cellar. That's the way to do it. Is that your hobby room? I'm assuming that's your hobby room. Converted coal cellar. Well, damp proof, that's a big deal. Except that it's freezing. Huh. The cellar in the other house where I was living, my house I grew up in, right across the yard here, that had a big old cellar, and we had our furnaces down. We had two furnaces. One was for oil, the other one was for coal / wood. And we'd always get coal and fill up the one section of the place full of coal. Big mountain of coal would be under there. And it was always damp. Except in the winter time because of the coal. But house is 1900. Cellar was for coal. Crazy damp, but now lined. Did you do that yourself? Did you take care of that, or was that part of the deal when you got the house? It's my hobby room. That's nice. That's real nice. Back when I was a little kid, I tried to make it my hobby cellar. But I quickly learned how that dampness just will destroy everything, so that didn't work. I was just a kid, I didn't know. Yeah, I could generate male first name from the first 1,000 names. Thumbs up. Oh, hard man. There you go. Got a thumbs up. Got a thumbs up. Arn is in a happy mood. Happy Arn is a thumbs up. There you go. So he works on his name generator. He loves his generators. Nasty, dry spackling. J.R.R. Tolkien or Robert E. Howard? Which one? Which one? Which one is it, Arnman? Tolkien? Howard? Which one do you pick? The king of fantastical literature, we'll call it. Which one? Not favorite story. Okay, there you go. Ironman says Howard. Wow. Howard. You know what? I'm going to reply to that, Ironman, because you already know. Couldn't do it myself. Paid for it to be done. Added a chunk to the mortgage. When the kids were about to arrive, we needed a room for them upstairs. There you go. Yeah, but it's nice down there. I bet you got it all set up nice. You need some better heat, though. That's a freaking problem. You got to be toasty warm in the wintertime when it comes to hobbying, or there's no hobbying in the winter. Okay, Clyde's speaking. He's speaking here. Look at that. All right. So which is it, Clyde? Which is it? Howard or Tolkien? Who is the better fantastical writer? We're not talking about favorite stories or anything that they wrote or Lord of the Ring. We're talking which one really did it? Which one made the connection with that other world, that fantasy realm for you? Christopher Lee was the only actor in the Lord of the Rings trilogy who had met J.R.R. Tolkien. Really? I could believe it. I didn't know that. I actually met him. I would go with Howard. I discovered Howard late in my life, like literally just years ago. And my eyes were opened. Where has this been all my life? I just avoided reading that stuff. I read Lovecraft, and they were good buddies, so I knew that connection, but I don't know, for whatever reason, the sword and sorcery genre just didn't click with me. But as soon as I read his works, his short stories, which I prefer, to be honest with you, I fell in love with it. And to me, he is the one that makes the connection for me to that other fantastical realm. And I fell in love with sword and sorcery. But that said, Tolkien had the biggest influence on my life, because he was in my life early on as a little kid. So, I think we can all say that. Oh, so now you explain the question. My new answer is Liber. Well, I didn't say old Fritz there. I said just between the two. But yeah, I guess you can include that. There's another writer of sword and sorcery that I can't think of the name of. You know who it is. He does the elf thing, the elf guy. Michael Moorcock, that's who it is. He's another one. It's chaos down here. Floor to ceiling, books, toy soldier boxes lining the walls, but a war game sized table is permanently in the middle. So I've got that going. I had to change the ceiling light bulbs. When anyone over 5'11" got their head burned by the old bulbs. LED for the win. Who are you? Yeah, I could see that happening. My cellar in the other house is pretty low ceilinged. Yeah, you're constantly kind of stooped over. Jeez, Howard's stories were definitely more fun to read. A token for the win. Keeping the framework of the quarry posed. There you go. Got a token right there. Tolkien was a huge influence on my life when I was just a little kid. And you were saturated with it when you were growing up, like in high school, middle school, especially middle school. They're always playing the Hobbit cartoon or the Lord of the Rings cartoons. You're always seeing that stuff. I was. It was everywhere. So this is before Dungeons and Dragons came into my life. You know, I was into Tolkien. This was awesome. I'd go out and play. I'd be in Middle Earth, dressing up as a knight and stuff, fighting orcs. So that was a huge influence on me. And reading the books as early as I did, huge impact on the way I talk, the words I use. And that's when I learned at a very early age, if you want to be a good writer, you have to be an exquisite reader. Read a lot, because it impacts the words you put down on paper in a big, huge way. And Howard's stories are definitely more fun. I read that. Tolkien and Herbert were the biggest influences on me in my youth, says Big Small. Howard makes me want to play a session. Tolkien makes me think my world isn't fleshed out enough. Yeah, I could see that. Tolkien was great, though. Ugh. I'm being summoned. I feel like an extraplanar creature. Damn wizards. Summoners. Color vision. Nah. I want to know. But Howard was, you know what he was really, really good at? His style was describing action. And if you read the action sequences in the Conan stories, they are exquisite. They just pull you in and you see every movement. I think he was really talented at that. And he did it really, really good. So that's one thing that caught my attention the most about his writing. Not just the stories and the characters, but the way they, were described. He was so good at describing action. I mean, you could visually see it as it plays out in your head. Let me close this. I think, anyway. Howard makes me want to play a session. I read that. I just realized I'm sitting here freezing to death. Let me put the heat back on. So he made me open my eyes to sword and sorcery over, say, epic fantasy. So much so that I prefer it more now. Let's check the stream. I haven't checked it at all today. Okay, let's see. What did we hit here? Pretty good. Pretty good. It's about an hour ago. Fantastic. Chat rate. A lot of big spikes. A lot of good stuff going on there. Views. Right on par with where it should be. Nice. Now I'm all tired. Gotta get my inks. My washes. My ink washes. Let's see, what I usually use is Intense Chestnut from Scale Color. And another one I like to use. If I could find it. Black Tops. Where are you? Is this it? Is that it? No, it's brass, bronze. What's this? Gold. What do I do with metallics here? Here it is. This is intense wood. Really? Is that what I use sometimes? Let me look again. This, yeah, that's the chestnut. Chestnut's a really good color. I think I'm going to go with the wood, though. Intense wood. It's nice deep brown. I'll have to thin it down a little bit, though. It's too dark. Otherwise, I got to highlight it. Because ideally, you don't want to have to highlight anything here. You just want to put the wash over top of the spackle, which is already a lighter color. So you shouldn't have to do any highlights to this. Or use weathering powders, which I discovered are fantastic for basing as well. Looking forward to my Solomon Kane and Conan minis from Crooked Dice Kickstarter soonish. Ooh, that'll be fun. Solomon Kane. I haven't read any of that yet. I'm still reading through various stories of Conan. In fact, they're on my shelf right behind me. Yeah. So yeah, I would choose Howard. And that's a big deal. That's a big deal for me. Wow. Got 4 more bases of these guys over here. Well, I'm not going to do all these. Let's do like 3, then maybe the cavalry, maybe an artillery, maybe some generals. We'll see. I don't want to be here all night. Let's start off with the general. Of course, I got a lot of good sleep last night. I should be able to handle this. Let's get out the plastic pallet. My tray, where is it? Here, pallet, 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 pallet. Where are you? Where is it? Oh. Let's get this out because we're using inks now. Yeah, I should clean this out pretty soon. It's getting overrun with paint. Palmer just had a birthday. I think it was yesterday. Our good friend and buddy Palmer Clarkson. Someone I've known for a decade, if not more. I think he's 22 now. He's a young man. I knew him when he was 12. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. He's a young man. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's do some shaking here. Warhammer 4E. Put the cap back on actually and shake this proper. Got my candle going here too. I forgot about it. Putting a little scent in the room. Boy. Gotta get bigger wire here. Clogged. That's not enough. What is going on here? What is this? That'll work. Right, squirrel? Gotta know how to do things here. Let's thin that down. Quite a bit, actually. See what that looks like. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. It's a very small base. Huh, it's kind of going on like a chestnut. It's because I thinned it quite a bit. If you put paint in your spackle to begin with, you don't have to do this. You might still wash it with something really dark anyway. Yeah, this is just to put a little color on it. Might have to change my brush for this one. This is a big base. Gonna get some mud on there. There we go. Pretty nice, huh? I don't like doing those big bases. We'll do a little each day, I think. You have exactly the same green matte and white painting palette as I have right in front of me. I look from my desk to the screen and see the same thing. I know, right? You're welcome. It's like we're sitting around the table right now. That's my palette. Step back. Hogging up all the paint. What's going on here? Cossacks. Not the best troops, but man, are they a distraction? A literal thorn in the side of the French? That's the way I used them anyway. Yeah. go. Just like that, we've got number 2. I don't have my optivisor on. I can't see what I'm doing, actually. A lot of shadows. Let's go get that optivisor on the head. Painting by candlelight. Seems like that sometimes. Yeah, I gotta get a couple spots here. I don't mind getting some of the spackle, or as I like to refer to it, as mud, on the legs of the horses or on the legs of the soldiers, because I like the realistic campaigning look. So I got to make sure I put the wash over that as well. Don't want to miss those spots. After this, we'll refill the paint. Okay. Oops, gotta be careful. This is not clear. That's the calf. Little at a time. How retro? What's retro? What am I doing that's retro? Retro. Retro, huh? Nothing wrong with retro. Retro. Nothing wrong with retro. Retromania. What am I doing that's retro? Ink wash? Aye. Yai. Yai. Let's put a little more in there. Yata. I just did these, so I can't wash them. Let's do some more generals. Let's do some more generals. Got 4 more generals here. Let's do them. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say this is not a strong tone. It's a little bit more intense than a strong tone wash. So you got to be careful how you put it on the surface here. Like if you get it on the guy's uniform or something, it's almost like paint. Just much more fluidy. Gotta thin it down. Got some engineers here. Let's do their base too. And just like that, voila. Debating if it's worth my sanity to try painting filigree on Dandelion's tunic. Filigree on Dandelion's tunic. Oh, that's right, you're painting Dandelion. That's right. Clyde is a spectacular painter. Him and Minnie Warmut do a lot of similar genre type models, I've noticed. Well, you don't have to do it all now. You can always come back to the figure later on. A lot of people underestimate that power. You don't have to be completely done with a model to be able to say, you know, this is playable. I never finish a figure, except commissions. I never finish a figure till long after I've had games with them. Saves myself some time. I get them to a point that's called tabletop quality. And that's enough. They're good. Let's put them on the table now and play with them. And you'll come back to it and add highlights or finishing touches or whatever it might be. That's what I usually do for my own stuff. Those little additions, you know, you can always come back to. You know? So I'm never really done. A fancy lad in the streets of the city. Filigree? Is that what that is? Filigree? You guys are much too fancy for me. You know that, don't you? Some fancy gentlemen in the chat today. Getting a little fancy. Getting a little fancy, Iron Man. Let me put a little more water in here. Just thought I'd announce it. Very good. Well done, Percy. Well done. That's great. That's great. Got my attention. So there you go. Percy has rejoined. Doing some barbecuing today. He's got things to do here. He's not one of those quiet lurkers. Never says anything. When he's good to go, he lets everyone know. He's one of those red carpet dudes. Sir Percy. Has arrived. I missed the spackle on this guy's base. I usually paint the bases brown before I go basing the figures on the base. But in this case I left them black. It's alright. It's all going to be covered with flock. But I try to put the spackle over the base of the models as well to kind of hide that black color if I don't paint them already. There, I think I got it. Excellente. These base edges I paint black or a dark brown or reddish brown or something. I usually do it black. That's my default because it makes the base and the figure stand out. It's a frame to a beautiful painting. That's how I see it. So I always paint my base edges. I don't leave them messy or earth colored. Splotchy. I like to paint them. Teach his own. I am certainly no rude mechanical, living by my wearied finger ends, but rather a gentleman whose pursuits are pastimes. Well said. Watched a Nambat rep. Nambat. Watched a Nam Bat rep the other day. Guy's platoon leader was named Mike Hunt. To be paid for manual labor, sir, would disparage the stock whence I came and the height of a man in me. Well said. Sir Percy to y'all. Bitches. I too, now a poor guy named that. They never learn. Poor lad. There's Mike Hunt. There you go. It's pretty funny. Excellent. I got 2 big ass wagons. Let's do a third one. These big ones drive me crazy. Big uns. Gotta leave in a minute. It's 7:25. 7:25? That's the UK. Me and the missus, definitely UK, are off to see the film September 5th at the cinema. All right. Big, small, nothing wrong with that. You enjoy yourself with the missus. Enjoy a good move. Be nice. I'll be around again. Maybe tomorrow, Sunday. I don't have a game planned. Although we are messing around with Pathfinder First Edition. Get the hang of it all over again. Anyway. I paint the edges of my bases black as well, says Squirrel. I use the Uber. Oh, that's right. You got that crazy black paint. Instant black hole in a bottle. That is crazy. I forgot about that. Such good fun. That's great. It's too black. Man. I'm a big fan of the black base edges, says Percy. Makes the units pop on the table. Yep. I remember the first time I started doing that, I always went with a dark brown or something, which is great. But when I first did that, I was like, instantly, it's like, wow, I can actually see the unit footprint. I want to see it. I don't want to disguise it. I'm one of those that likes to see it for various reasons. I just think it's a nice little frame, and it makes the figures stand out. I like it. I guess it really depends on how thick the bases are. If they're really thick, it might be too obtuse, stand out a little too much. Yeah. The mahogany color, a dark brown, is a good one too. That I also like. That's my number 2. But I never leave my bases on edges unpainted. Some people prefer that. I mean, leaving them just a splotchy mess of brown colors. I don't do that. Did you ever see the paint he's talking about, Clyde? It's super dark, super black. It's just amazing. It's almost too black because it's just so unnatural. And we were joking around all the different uses we could use for it, like painting miniature ninja, things like that. That pain is a portal to another realm, that paint. It is, it's crazy. I'll send you a bottle, Fritz. Fun stuff. Oh, all right, Squirrel. I appreciate that. That would be dangerous stuff, to be sure, if you don't see me again. I did get absorbed. Sucked right into the bottle. Appreciate that, Squirrel. I don't paint my number 2, says Iron Man. Every army I have has black bases. I stuck with it, so... I can't read all of a sudden. Every later edition will match the earlier stuff. Well, good thinking, Small. That's it. Time's up. Gotta go. Ta-ta! There goes Big Small. He's out of here. Question is, do you base your tanks? Good question. I don't. I don't know why people don't base them. They base everything else. Why not tanks? Why? There's just something about them Or people just don't prefer to base them. Some people do. I know there's some manufacturers that sell 15 millimeter tanks already based. Smaller scale, like Forged in Battle, I think it is. Don't they do their tanks with bases? Their vehicles all have bases. I think I actually had some of their models. I bought my glow-in-the-dark green from them. Debating getting the black. Sorry, it's just funny. But I'd only use it for bases. Black flocking? Oh, that's silly. I guess they could sprinkle it on. I base my Battletech tanks, but not Flames of War. Yeah. Yeah, it's not really a thing. Some people do, most don't, I don't think. I should say. Can't take them Ardennes Shermans up against the Desert Fox. If you're based, that's true. That's a thing. Good point. Favorite set of World War II rules? You too, Arn. I know you play games. Did you play any World War II? Gosh, so many really good sets of rules out there. That are unique in their own ways. It's kind of cool. I think it's good to explore different games. I don't think we ever settle on one. I mean, some people do, I know, but I think most people, they usually settle on a few. There's a few rules they play with their minis for a particular conflict. You know, they have a few, mainly to change the pace up, and they like the different games. I couldn't see just settling on one game. You know, because our moods change, you know. Sometimes we're in the mood for a battle group. And other times we like to play Flames of War. I think we always prefer one and play most of our games with one. But we got these little options on the side of games we also enjoy. So we're never really settled on one game, are we? I don't think so. Again, it's one of the advantages of historical gaming, is you can do that. I mean, I'm comparing it to 40K players who don't play anything else with their models that they spend a fortune on. My favorite all time is Flames of War, because I've always just had fun with it. But man, Battle Group, O Group, and its predecessor, Panzergrenadier, unique games and fantastic fun games. They all deserve to be played. And there's more. I've played a lot of different games, but those three in particular are probably my favorites. That I'd be quite happy to play my World War II company on up level games. Like Rommel, that's a really good one. Very different, very unique. Uses a grid. You're playing with battalions and divisions even on the battlefield, which is total different command level. And it's a really fun game. If you like seeing breakthroughs and encirclements literally materialize on your battlefield, that's Rommel. And there's other games, Command Decision and stuff. Rommel wouldn't be one of my favorites because it's not a level of command I like to do. I have board games for that. Homebrew Normandy game once a year. Is that what they do there? A homebrew. That sounds right. Does everybody have both a spring, summer, Normandy force and a separate snow, winter force? I thought about that. The winter stuff, like what Bolt Action is doing right now, they're releasing the Americans and Germans and the starter sets for winter gear. They're all dressed in overcoats and all this stuff. And to me, that's not a selling point. I don't want to do winter stuff. I could use just normal troops and put them on a snow tabletop, and that's fine with me. I don't want to paint and have my miniatures be limited to just snow battles. So I'm not a big fan of that, but what you're saying is, hey, well, does everybody do both? You know, that's an option. Could do that. Maybe down the road. Those winter troops might be nice to do. I mean, they are much easier to paint, I would suspect, especially the Americans. That's a good question, though. Maximize your minis with many rules. I'd probably do both. I'd probably have a separate force, either a Flames of War company or a Chain of Command Platoon Plus, and have it specifically for winter games. I could see myself eventually doing that, especially if I'm really into World War II gaming. Why not? But, I don't know, winter time just seems so limiting. I mean, the Normandy part of the war is such a small period of time anyway. To condense it down to even further to just winter time. I don't know. Is that really restrictive, though? I mean, are you really restricted? Like, there's only this many actual battles you can do. But there's countless skirmishes and smaller unknown battles, that took place specifically in winter. Is it really a big deal? Does it matter for just a bring them to the tabletop and roll some dice type game? Does it really matter? Not really. I don't think it matters at all. Like, maybe it's just an aesthetic people prefer that really decides it. I mean, really. You got me thinking now. I don't know. Iron Man, do you guys play any Old West shootout games? Gunfighters. My friend Howard Whitehouse. He's an author. He's a writer. He's got a new set of rules going to be published by Osprey coming out. And I'm shocked that I never thought of this. But he's good for doing skirmish type games. And this one in particular is going to be a sword and sorcery skirmish type game. I never thought of that before. Why didn't I come up with that? How great would that be? One that's specifically pulp, sword and sorcery, miniatures gaming. You know, Conan the Barbarian and all this nonsense. That's just something that never crossed my mind. A sword and sorcery themed miniatures war game. Well, he's doing it with his friend. I think it's still in the playtest phase, but I'm not sure what stage it's in, but it's about to be released. So you guys can look forward to that. I forget what it's called. Sword and sorcery. Winter Germans, good for both fronts. Well, that's true. That's true. Percy, that's good. I'm only into Normandy and the Westphal period of World War II for miniature gaming. I'm kind of that way myself. I thought about doing the East Front because that's a long war. If you look at it, 41 to 45, that's a lot of battles, a lot of seasons, a lot of stuff with Russians and Eastern Europeans and Slavs and all this stuff going on, and the Germans. I considered that. But I'm sticking with Normandy. There's just something about that, fighting in France. I don't know if it's the influence of movies growing up. Probably. It keeps me focused on that stuff. No, but Todd Kirshner, Age of Reason, runs one at every local con I go to. He's out there too, is he? I could see myself doing Weird West. Yeah, me too. Or that Hackmaster version. Aces and Eights, is that what it's called, Squirrel? Aces and Eights? I think that's what it's called. That's a role-playing game, actually. Flowery Invasion. The invasion of flowery folk has come upon us. Do 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 boo do do. Yes, sir, indeed. The flowery folk. Just enough in the palette here. Finish this one base. Artillery. So I guess if you're not really, well, let's hold that thought actually. There. I did this one too. All right, that's quite a few bases done. I'll do a little more tomorrow. Or tomorrow's Sunday. I don't know. I've taken enough days off. I haven't taken any days off. What am I thinking? Just been doing other things. I don't know. If I do stream tomorrow, I probably will. I don't know. I'm being summoned again. I'm being summoned again. I'm being summoned again. Oh, let me see. I'm telling you, today's the musical day. We got a music theme today, Iron Man. Oh, I'm dying to break out my saxophone, I'm telling you. I'm going to try and change my practice habits. There's a lot of good folks on YouTube, that, especially for saxophone players. Really great stuff. And I've been thinking about focusing more on playing in my practices as opposed to just doing scales and techniques. You can do these things by actually playing frickin' music, working on particular songs and stuff. Me being old school, I tend to work, we're going to work on our scales. You got to get the top 5 scales. You got to practice your, oh cripes, I can't think of the name of it. Not your altissimo, but your, what is it called? Da 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 da. That. No, 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 no. What is that? I can't think of the name of that. Let's see. I forgot. You can do all kinds of fun things. Oh. Appregio. Appregio. That's it. See, Iron Man, I could learn a lot from him. Did you ever consider giving lessons, Iron Man? You can make a little side hustle money there. Teaching people online. That's a thing. I've done it. There's people out there that would be willing to, you know, give you decent money for lessons. And you're a veteran. I'm always thinking of reasons to get him back to playing a saxophone again. There's one right there. Who knows? Maybe you're sitting on a gold mine all this time. Come on, man. That horn out. Yeah, it is a thing. When you retire from playing, just start teaching people. There's a lot of techniques I'm sure you've learned. You have to give yourself lessons for a while there. It's been a while. Jack in the Box. I had 40 plus private students. Oh, jeez. A week for a couple of years. $400 in my pocket a week. 1980s, not bad. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. You could still do that. You could do it online. Alto saxophone, the good old days. Did you play alto sax, Squirrel? Did you ever play? Tell me you didn't play saxophone. I'm sure Iron Man could teach me a lot of things. Because sadly, I never pursued it to the degree he did. So there's a lot I don't know. And a lot of what I know is self-taught. I mean, outside of school, that was my formal education. Granted, I was a protege of sorts. But yeah. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Yes, alto saxophone I played. You said this before, did you? Oh, my God. Really? I would have taken you to be a clarinet guy. I'm going to offend Squirrel again. I better be quiet. I gotta stop this nonsense, Arn. It's not good. Nothing wrong with clarinets. I played clarinets. The licorice stick. The old licorice stick. Yeah. Really? I didn't know that. Or I probably did and forgot. Seems like I would have remembered that, though. That's a big deal. Well, damn. We could start an all-saxophone band. What, did you play in high school, or did you do any post-school saxophonery. I didn't know that, man. That's cool. Yeah, I've talked about it a number of times. I'm sure you said something. And I just don't remember, which is a shame. Yeah, that's what I'm doing here. Putting this away. Well, how do you like that? Question is, do you still play? You still have your saxophone? I can't wait, man. I'm waiting until it warms up and I'm going to start playing again. It's just more of that nostalgia, I guess. Jeff Vesovich. Couple of Mongols. Excellent work, Jeff. I wonder if he's painting or is he just showing off miniatures? Because he's a board gamer these days. Matt Schreiber. Working on his gigantic 4x10 table he just built in his garage. Oops. Clyde Dashing. Forgotten Ruin, the adventure war game. What is this now? Good use for some of my modern warfare miniatures. Narrative campaign system seems like a jam. Pre-order. Oh, I'm gonna check this out. I don't do modern era though. Need a heavy metal flutist. Jethro Tull. Cranked to level 11. Yeah. I gotta stop doing that. That's good stuff. Flute players are underrated, I'm telling you. Gotta get that Jethro Tull in you. Whole new ball game. Saxophone in high school, middle school as well. I think I'm starting to remember you saying that. Why didn't I remember though? It's just one of those things. Then no more. Walk a mile to drink your water. I haven't been taking I've stopped taking, what is that stuff called? See, my memory's shot. It's fish oil. Yeah, I stopped taking fish oil, and I'm telling you, that stuff did wonders for me. They're just little caplets. You take so many a day and stuff. They're full of good stuff for your brain. But I had to stop taking them. And they really were working. I have frickin' brain damage. So, my brain, and I'm seeing it more and more as time goes on. My memory, I mean, it's getting freaking bad. I can barely remember. Short-term stuff is what really kills me. Because I can remember long-term stuff. Like when I was a kid and doing these things, and then I can remember that. But my short-term memory is it's just getting so freaking bad. Like when I ran Pathfinder 2, that was really a challenge for me. Very difficult because there's a lot to that game. It's pretty deep. And when I started taking fish oil supplements, it actually really, I mean, I could see it noticeably how I could really, late in the game, I'm just firing on all cylinders, and it was great. I had no problem running the game. But yeah, so it wouldn't shock me if you did tell me something and I didn't remember it. Trials and tribulations. Pick a number from 1 to 15,000. I got a number in mind. Burgers and fries. Boy, that's a change. Nothing wrong with burgers and fries. Knowing Zatarock, she'll go to town on that. It won't be your ordinary burgers and fries. Unless she got mad at you and she's leaving you to the frozen stuff. I think it's probably the former. Uh-oh, my mother had short-term memory loss around 60. Early onset. Didn't end well. Gibbering mess by 78. That sounds like my mom. I don't think it's as much age for me as it is just damaged brains, brain cell damage. I think that's the main cause for me. I mean, I'm not a spring chicken, but it certainly doesn't help. But it is a thing. You guys will see me deteriorate live. That would be a sad story. But I'll say it again. That frickin' fish oil, if you ever get a chance to take it, those little caplets, dietary supplement, oh man, it really, really works. Helps you focus and concentrate. Da da da. Da 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 da. Excuse me. Siderock. Menu change due to late grocery delivery. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. 3:45. Nothing wrong with that, though. I'm sure Siderock can make a winner of burger and fries. You know you got to share some pictures, Zaddy, if you do go out of the way to make it special. Fries with a glaze, flavorings, or a burger. Oh, take this damn thing off. Men-at-Arms. Count Pulaski's regiment. 15 mil? Interesting. He is number 345 in the 100 Years' War roster list. What about 1257? John Stratty. Stratty? Randall Carlsian time? What are you guys talking about? Sounds like 100 Years' War stuff going on here. Is that what that is? Something I know very little about. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh. One second, folks. 1 second, Rooney. What days will your summer paint challenge be? Not in the spring. It's going to be... Oh, when did I decide this? It was like I'm basically trying to break up the challenges. There's only 2 of them, so they're relatively, 4 to 6 months apart. So March, April, May, June. Yeah, maybe June. June or July. So it'd be a summer thing. Because when does this start? June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Yeah, that would actually be a good time. Right around July. Not the most ideal time to do challenges because everyone's outside, wants to be inside. But that's why you guys have air conditioning, right? People paint in the summer. So yeah, it's going to be a summer thing. That'll be the next one. It'll run 3 months. That one's more about new stuff, new projects. But again, they could be anything. I've had people in the challenge that paint canvas pictures, and that's their challenge. So... Da, 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 da. July into August. Deep in the Dog Days Painting Challenge. That's what it would be. It's a good title. Deep in the Dog. Definitely mid-July should be a good start. I think so. It's kind of like the halfway point too. Gotta, want to space out the challenges a little. I can't do challenges all the time. I think Warmut does a September challenge. I need endless painting challenges to keep me motivated. Do you really? That's interesting. My Swarma is so proficient with his stealth skill. Endless Days of Summer Painting Challenge. It's a long-ass title. The EDS Painting Challenge. Endless Days of Summer. EDS. I come up with why Swarma is proficient with his stealth. Go ahead, Squirrel. Lay that out so I know. He is the manservant after all. Most people. Da 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 da. Ay, freaking yay. July 2nd is the exact middle of the year. Is it? I thought of good prizes to painting challenges winners. It's, well, rolled E100. Frozen Fritz. Am I frozen? I've got something preoccupying here. I'm almost done. The story continues with Dice. He moved. Looked like he was in a trance. I think he might have died. I just got to finish something real quick here. You forgot he was streaming. I forgot I was even alive here. Is anyone here that believes in fate? Squirrel, do you believe in fate? Fate. Fate, like the fates of Norse tradition. Fate. Do you believe in fate? Preordained destiny, you could say. Are you fated to be in a certain situation? Is this my fate to be where I am? Is this my fate to have met this person in life? Is it fate? Does anyone believe in fate? Or you don't have control? Serious question. Dum de dum de diddly dum de diddly dum de dum. Dum de diddly da de diddly dum. All right. Okie dokie. Need more clacking dice rocks. No, I'm finished. I'm finished. I'm back. Glad you guys are patient with me. If there's fate, then Groundhog Day, why try? But you can play with the fates. You can play with the fates. I believe in karma. I knew a karma. She was a digital artist. I think we all remember karma. I believe in karma much more than fate. Snipers believe in fate. It's one of the universal truths in life. The biblical, you reap what you sow. Karma, that's one of the universal truths of the universe. So that's legit. Snipers believe in fate. With that magic bullet necklace. Last we left off, Sir Fritz and manservant were leaving the garage, or the Gargan cave, with note in hand. Okay, I'll keep that up. God damn it. All right. Sir Fritz and manservant were leaving the Gargan cave. Squirrel does this at the very end. What mischief does he have in mind for us? Clyde? I am also interested in Imperium Maledictum. Alright. Break out the character sheets. I don't mess with character sheets. I just have a giant notebook. What time is it? 3:30. Let's put this away. Refresher course is at hand. So for those curious, Ironman and myself are playing in a learning type campaign of Harnmaster with Squirrel Hermit as the game master. I'm new to Harnmaster, completely a newbie, and I like it that way because I like to learn. And Ironman and Squirrel are both well versed in Harn, particularly Ironman, who's collected the books and source material for a long time and has access to quite a few stuff for it, including the rules. And Squirrel, he's pretty knowledgeable as well. He's especially recently delving deep into this game system, which is an old school game, although it's not related to D&D in any shape or form. Harn is well known for its setting material, which can be used with any game, but it also has a set of rules to tell your stories with, called Harnmaster, currently in 3rd edition, I believe. And yeah, so he's kind of running a little learning campaign for me and Arn and possibly anyone else that joins. But it's our own little thing. We like to talk about it and play sessions here on the chats. And I imagine we'll do more and more as time goes down the road. The Squirrel develops this little setting and adventure for us that we're kind of coming up on our own. Sir Fritz and his manservant, Shawarma. What an odd freaking name. Who come up with that name? Ironman, did you come up with that? But you're as bad off as Kyle. when it comes to names. Kyle drives me crazy with the names he comes up with. They're always something I can't remember or pronounce normally. It just drives me crazy. You know it, Kyle. You do it all the time, Kyle. I know you're listening. It drives me batty. Now I got Iron Man here. Shawarma. What the hell is that? Where did that come from? I can't remember that. Remember, my brain is falling apart here. You're making it hard on me. But that's why I have a notebook. A Pregio. Once again, turn that page quickly. And, yeah. Sir Fritz. Comeliness 13. I think these stats are the original, still usable stats. I don't think they changed. Hearing is 9, will is 9, long sword 42 equals 97 or something. There's a phone number, I don't know what the hell that is. Rash. Oh, I get a rash around leather. Is that me or is that shawarma? I have shoemaker here. I was a shoemaker. And I get a rash around leather armor. So keep leather armor away from me. It's terrible. I'll wear padding. Pads and stuff. Just, belt buckles and stuff. As long as I put enough cloth between me and my skin, I'm okay. Just don't bump into my arms, shawarma. Stand back. Pipes. I'm allergic to that stuff. I break out in hives. Animal flesh. Maybe that's what it is. I can't even have pets. It's that leather. I don't have any leather on me. I'm not going to get no rash. I'm very conscious of it. That's why I carry my sword. Keep a distance from me, please. Back. Back. Leather socks. I wear leather socks. No boots. It's a tragic backstory indeed. Oh, the rubber band broke. I don't have my character. He sucked anyway. Now I do believe in fate. Well, you'll have to make a new manservant then. Someone with a different name. This shawarma nonsense. I swear, people go out of their way to come up with the most obnoxious, hard-to-pronounce name possible. For me, for my benefit. Especially if I'm the GM. So anyway, that's what's going on with that little Harnmaster story. I count this as an actual campaign I'm playing in. I get to be a player of something for a change. Fantastic. Oh. Slow ride. I wrote down all your stats. So you're stuck, Iron Man. There's no escaping shawarma. Shawarma for life. Iron's trying to get out of his character. Menkaliatlak. My Greek. Well played, Clyde. Well played. Is there a Germanic culture? I don't mean Gaul or anything like that. I mean Germanic culture in Harn world. That's where I hail from. It's got the Germanic language basis, whatever that means. Because my name is Fritz. Herr Fritz. Swarma for the win. He is a sandwich. He is a hero. Swarma, come on. Did that come from an actual Harn Master? Harn World generator? Is that how random we're getting here? Svarma, Svarma. I'm gonna ask. Let me go to my grok. I don't use grok enough. Hold on a second. Grok isn't open. Let's go to grok. Is the name Swarma a valid name for a fantasy world? Yes, Swarma could certainly be a valid name for a fantasy world. Here's why. Uniqueness. It stands out and doesn't immediately remind one of existing worlds in popular literature or media, giving your world a distinct identity. Thank you, Arn. Phonetics. It has a pleasant, flowing sound with a balance of consonants and vowels, making it memorable and easy to pronounce. Are you kidding me? Implication. The name Swarma might evoke images of swarms, suggesting perhaps a world teeming with life, magic, or some kind of collective consciousness or society. This can be creatively expanded upon in the lore of your world. Squirrel. Cultural neutrality. It doesn't overtly belong to any specific real-world culture or language, which allows for flexibility in world building. You can craft the etymology of cultural significance of the name within your narrative. Flexibility. The name is versatile enough to fit various themes, from a world of insect-like creatures to a place where the sky is full of flying creatures, or where magic creates swarms of light and energy. When choosing names for fantasy worlds, the key is to ensure they resonate with the thematic elements of your story, while providing room for imagination. Swarma checks these boxes, making it a potentially great choice for a fantasy setting. So congratulations, Arn. Well done. I disagree with the phonetics. Conversation you were having. I think food was involved. Is that what it was? Sorta. That's what I went to. Avinia. Gotcha. Swarma is a wandering warrior from the east, master of the Flambergia blade. Flambergia? Flambergia. Read with such adoration. Read with such adoration. I am so proud now. Boy, this got weird fast. Swarm of the woke. After hours with the squirrel. That's what we'll call it. After hours. Here a sandwich that is full of it. You folk are great. There, Clyde's telling it like it is. No lie there. No lie there. So there you go. There's a little bit about the name Swarma. That's great. That's what AI had to say about Swarma as a name for a fantasy world. So yeah, there you go. Fantastic. Although I disagree with phonetics. It's not easy for me. Now, Clyde. Clyde's a good name. Look at that. Clyde Dashing. There he is. That's a good name. Why couldn't you take something like that? Gotta go with Swarma. Gotta be different all the time, Iron Man. That's all. Just gotta be different. I don't see what connection it has with food. But yeah, maybe. And welcome to the show, Jeff. Swarma wanders in search of his lost brother, Salami. Salami. Okay. That's a good one, Salami. Salami. I have found you, Salami, after all these years, my brother. Come, Swarma. We have many tales to share and tell, and ale to imbibe. Oh, Salami, till we meet again. Salami. Salami, that's a good one. Salami. Like Saladin. Saladin. Salami. There you go. You taking notes? Taking notes, Squirrel? Turns out Swarma's got a brother. A long-lost one at that. The only name we got is Salami. A joke that ages well. I think so. He's one of the Sal brothers. That's what they are. Old Sal and Swarma. Talk of the town they were at one point. Want to write that down? Write that down. Leather boots. Keep them away from me. I don't know. What do I wear on my feet? Cloth? I can't wear leather shoes or boots. Well, that kind of sucks. Well, maybe they're special. You know, I've got some kind of cloth lining in there that's very noticeable and puffy. The Cold Cut Clan. Proud of our heritage. Bullagna. Bullagna has sent you questing. Good old Bull. Good old Bolagna. I got a new flavor of vape juice coming in. Something I've tried before. It's pretty good. It's called Moo Juice. Moo something. Moo Juice sounds funny. But it's like blueberries and milk. It's actually pretty good. I'll give you my review when I get it, because it's been a while. Little creamy blueberries. Oh, my eyes are fogging up. Oh, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Moon juice? Tastes like cheese? Moon juice. Moo juice, like a cow. Let us not forget to the gangster family. The Tabarone family. Oh, geez, I'm being summoned again. Master Chocolatiers. That's a thing. I wouldn't mind being a Master Chocolatier. How awesome is that? A Master Chocolatier. Do 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 do. Nope. False alarm. It's a false alarm. Oh, I could post this stuff. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Never mind. I didn't know that. Anyway, let me get back here. Master Chocolatiers. So I don't know what else to talk about. I'm just lingering right now. My eyes are shot. I think it's too dry in here too. Let me turn this off. So yeah, Sunday is my game day usually, but I don't think we're going to get together and do something. But I might stream anyway because it's not a real game day. We're just messing around. But otherwise, Monday is the day that I come back, hopefully, because I got to get some stuff done. And just another look at this fantastic game. I love this thing. This game is a lot like what Ironmaster is. It's a game that's been around forever. Probably not as long as Ironmaster, but it's one of those games that has stayed true to itself, I think. Except when 3rd edition came out. Things got crazy then. But 4th put it back in line to where it should be. So it's actually an improved version of the original, which you would expect over time would happen. So it's kind of an old school game by the simple fact that it has existed for so long. But it's a modern game. Much like Ironmaster is a modern game with old school roots. And that's one of my favorite games. I like that. I like Warhammer. And there's Master Chocolatiers in Warhammer. Could be. Oh yes, and there's the flags that I'm working on. Let's not forget these. They're looking pretty good. So, yeah, I think the next stage is painting the wedges. And once that's done, I'm going to actually draw on the double-headed eagles. And the gold iconography that's on the corners of the wedges and stuff. That stuff, how I do that is after it's painted, the wedges and the basics of the flag, I'll take the permanent marker and paint over top, or I'll draw over top of it in black. Wherever there's a crown, wherever there's a signifier, wherever there's a eagle, I'll use black ink and draw it. And once that's dry, I'll take gold paint, in the case of the crowns and stuff, and I'll actually draw it, leaving little black shadows all around the crown and such, so that it stands out. It's got like a black line to it, because that's the whole point of using this black ink. It's to provide black line between colors. And then what we do is we seal the whole thing so it doesn't crack or smudge. And that's it. That's the flags. We cut them out. We put them on the little guys, bend them and shape them. We use watered down glue and super glue to attach them. Super glue to attach them to the model. And then the watered down white glue to goes on the back of the flag on itself. They fold on themselves. So when it dries, it'll be as hard as concrete almost. They'll be real hard. So yeah, that's all there is to it. That's going to be pretty good. That's going to be 30 flags. And the next stage is painting. Add some color to these things. So in case you're curious, that's what's next. Nordic, if you're watching later on, that's what to expect. Wow. Any questions? I didn't think so. All right, I guess I'm going to call it here because I'm getting tired. Squirrel's going to run this for us. When he's ready. I don't know what his plan is, but he's going to let us know. We usually do it impromptu during the stream. As he makes notes and puts together his devious plans. Way to go. Chat broke, Fritz. Nah, it didn't break me. I'm just getting tired all of a sudden. I don't know what's wrong. Now that I look at the clock, though, I can see I've been up for... Try to think when I woke up. Got like 12 hours of sleep. I've been up about 13. That's not bad. After 12 hours of sleep? Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting so tired. I think my eyes are getting shot from staring at the screen. We're going on 5 hours of streaming here, and I think my eyes get strained. Oh, there's Clyde, keeping hope alive. Okay, we got to go another 3 hours, folks. Buckle up. Here we go. We're just getting warmed up. Right, Clyde? I appreciate that, Clyde. You do enough as it is, But it's very appreciated. Thanks for the chill hangout. You're welcome, my friend. And there'll be plenty more to come. I'm going to see if I could do one tomorrow. It's just going to be me and Kyle. Yeah, actually, I think it is just going to be me and Kyle. We'll see if I want to stream. Otherwise, I'll be back on Monday. We'll be working on flags and stuff. Sound good? Is that good? I think so. So thanks for that, Clyde. Give me a little motivation. And Squirrel, Iron Man, everybody else, thanks for joining in and keeping hope alive here as well. I think I'll relax and I'll get something to eat. And we got snow coming tonight too. Appreciate it, Clyde. So with that, we'll call it. We started earlier, by the way. I did this chat around 11. Yeah, I did. All right, so we'll call it here then. I'll be back again, folks. You guys hang in there. You know why. It's only going to get better. You know it. I'll see you guys soon. Take care, Clyde. Take care, Arn, Squirrel, everybody else. Toodaloo.